One, check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 3 4. Okay. Okay, man. Okay, so we're gonna do some puzzles. JavaScript crap. Because I've been doing a lot of coding and there's just like a lot of shit I need to refresh myself on. Aim of the puzzle. Use the helper function inside another function. Walkthrough of solution. When writing complicated function. Hey, what's up, Aaron? Don't you have to be at work with the kiddos? Oh, you are working? Oh, cool. Well, thanks for coming by. Bro, while you're here, I haven't really seen you online in a bit. Also, Aaron, since you're the one who's always telling me that my VODs are going down, or used to be at least, I have recently started restreaming to YouTube at the same time. And it works really well because I just put them up. And it's technically against the rules, right? But I don't really think there's going to be a problem. So you can always check my VODs on YouTube now. Here. Let's look at it. I don't even know if it's keeping my VODs on Twitch. It might have stopped. I think I turned it back on. Now that you're there, I'm kind of thinking of it. Yeah. Even if somebody reports you, I don't think they really care. Even if somebody reports you, I don't think they really care. Not unless you're big. And then it's just a temporary ban, right? It's a slap on the wrist. So then I can just, you know. You had a friend lose their channel for doing it? Wow. I've never even heard of that. Like, I don't know anybody who that's happened to. Tell me more about that, because that's the first time I've actually heard of somebody losing their channel. I've heard of temporary bans. Yeah, so it's still showing my stuff. How many views I had? 149. Damn. They got reported by someone. What do you mean we had someone we think had a bigger issue with them after getting blocked? So you're saying that you think maybe there was something bigger going on in addition to the restreaming? Oh, so you're saying there's something bigger going on and that's why they reported, not that they had additional things that they were doing wrong. Um, yeah, I haven't really actually known anybody who that's happened to or known of them. This is the closest. This is you saying that is actually the closest I've heard to somebody saying that they've actually been lost their account. It makes me wonder if there's more factors at play in that particular situation, because I've never even heard of anybody actually losing their account over restreaming, which is part of why I don't care about doing it. But you saying that is the most intense I've seen them like enforce it. So maybe like that I've literally heard of. Like I haven't heard of it with even like famous streamers even, you know. To my knowledge, there wasn't. I was a mod there and hadn't seen anything else. Wow, it was a channel you were a mod of? Yeah. You know, it's weird on Twitch, the way the ecosystem is when it comes to like pissing people off, right? Because I've pissed off my fair share of people already, and I'm super small. Like I'm about as small as you can get. And it's like, I can't imagine if you were like a huge streamer, right? It's just like impossible not to piss people off. But that being said, it's like I try my best to just like be straightforward with people from the start. And my hope is that that keeps them either like, and I'm not even sure if this is effective, but my hope is that it keeps them from like vesting too much expectation in me to where they're disappointed to the point that they would try to retaliate like that, you know? Because I've already experienced that to a little an extent in a small scale. And it's like people who will say they're like your best friend on Twitch are usually the most dangerous. Like people who feel the need to say stuff like, hey, I really care about you. Your relationship means a lot to me. Those type of people, that's always like a very dangerous situation for like a public figure, right? Because the more I hear that kind of shit, the more I'm like, fuck, this guy's gonna try and screw me one day, you know? And or this girl, it's not really a gendered thing, or they will try to screw me one day. But it's like, and I'm almost always right. I don't know if it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, but the more somebody feels the need to articulate how significant my relationship is with them in an online context, the more they try to actually intentionally do damage to me, I found. So when I meet somebody online and they're like, they say a lot of stuff like, oh, thank you for talking to me, your relationship with me means so much. It always freaks me out. I'm always like, and I don't know, bro. And I was good. It's at the point now where if somebody says something like that to me, I'll be like, hey, I need you to chill out a little bit. Like, let's just be real from the start. Like, you're getting too intense. And, I'm a guy, on Twitch and Discord. Like, keep it in context. That's what it is. Well, I think you're great. I love talking to you, man. But I mean, you're my online friend. That's different from like a real life friend. I don't think of you in the same context I would as my family or my friends that I have in the real world. I appreciate your relationship, but it is what it is. And I actually feel the need to articulate that. And what I found a lot of times is the people who are like, hey, you're my best friend. They tend to also be the ones who get upset when you say that, when you push reality in their face. I've continually kind of practiced doing that because I feel like it prevents like a bigger blow up later, because that way they don't later get into a point where they're like, F you, you know, you betrayed me or whatever. Because eventually you're going to say something that they don't want to hear or that they don't agree with. Or they're going to say something that they feel you're betraying them or whatever, you know? And because they hold you and they have this kind of manufactured view of what your relationship is with them, they're going to feel like you're betraying them, you know? So I always try to make it like, look, I like talking to you because we have like a lot of similar stuff in common and it's fun, but I don't really have any onset loyalty to the way I would with other relationships in my life, you know? But I don't know. I think there's no way not to make people mad, but there's something to be said about getting people mad at you early so that they just expect it. Versus like letting it blow up. I don't know. I'm such an old boomer. I don't really understand. So what I'm doing today is people are almost looking for reasons to be mad sometimes, I think. Well, I think what it is everybody wants to feel like they're the good guy in the story. I mean, that's why like all these like Marvel movies are so popular. Like people love the idea of like these mythological heroes like Superman or whatever. And it's like they want to see themselves in that. They want to be the person who's like the hero in their story. People seldom see themselves as the antagonist. Almost never. I mean, maybe the antagonist, but certainly not the villain. So it's like you do some mental gymnastics to put yourself in that position where you're the hero, where you're the good guy. And everybody does that. Even like the leaders of like evil corporations or people who you'd imagine who are regarded by many to be like the most evil people who ever lived view themselves that way. And but it happens. You don't have to be like the dictator of like a genocidal country. You know, you can also just do that in a very small scale with personal interactions. You try to turn it into a situation where you're the good guy, you know? I don't really do that. I more think about, well, I guess is getting kind of philosophical, but my idea of like what is good is like being honest, you know, and being straightforward with people. And I'm not saying that that's what I always do, because sometimes I trip up a bit on it, but that's to me more like what I try to do. So I think not for everybody, that's not necessarily like the main priority. For others, they might have like a different idea of what goodness, quote, is, you know? So I've been doing, actually Aaron, if you're still there, let me just show you before you have to head off and do something. I've implemented like a pixel move system into my game. It's been kind of a trip, but you can see it's analog, so you can like walk really slow. You see that? Pretty cool, huh? And then I have a pretty, look at the birds flying. Fortuna Street. Hey Fortuna Street, have I seen you in here before? I don't have my Twitch up, so I can't tell if that's your first message. It might be. Well, maybe I do have my Twitch up. No, I don't. No, that's not your first. Maybe you changed your name. I don't recognize that name. I've also been kind of screwing around with like a fishing system. This is a test map. This isn't a real map, but basically the idea is you'll cast your pole and then you throw it out, right? And this is some temporary work, but It's like you can kind of move your thing, and the idea is to get it to go by next to a fish. And when you get next to the fish, then there'll be another mini game that that like is like a reel of fish in type of game. And then there'll also be like a gauge to cast as well, both for the direction to cast, and I'll probably work on that tonight actually, because right now I'm waiting for my game to be approved by Android. They've been denying it, mainly because it doesn't work on one particular platform. Probably already saw you in SG's or D7 stream. That's possible. I'm not as in there as I like with those two. D7 usually, they both tend to stream before I even like get up, you know, so I tend not to be in there often, but both, I love what they're doing, both of them. I'm in the Hawaii time zone, so they're like done already by the time I like wake up, so. But anyway, I've been doing like a ton of like programming stuff, lots of JavaScript, and I'm realizing after spending hours and hours trying to figure out how to build all these functions and stuff that I really am a bad programmer. So I'm going to start going back to the drawing board and start working through Grasshopper and trying to get my chops back up with programming again. This system uses something called radian, like trigonometry, which basically, you know, usually most game controls, they're based on like XY axes, right? This control system is based on a radian system, so it basically will point you in any direction. Like, yes, you do it in Notepad, old school style. That was kind of a weird flex. I like Grasshopper, yeah. It's pretty fun. There's no like one solution though to learning JavaScript, but Grasshopper does a great job at gamifying it. You don't do it, you do it in an online editor. Fortuna, all due respect, but I do it in all kinds of ways, and I use all kinds of editors. You've been here for like 1 second, and you think you have a grip on what I'm doing. Better watch it. But it's hard without a starting point. Yeah, try Grasshopper. And then you can kind of... The stuff I'm doing on Grasshopper is a little bit... The thing with Grasshopper that I have a hard time with is I don't really think of it in the way that they articulate it. So it's like... It's like kind of... It's, what do I say? Like the way they say create a variable that stores a value return. This isn't the way I think about it. So when I use it, it's kind of like confusing for me, but it's good because I'm self-taught. Oh, is it a joke? Grasshopper is certainly way better. This is the editor I prefer. And Notepad Plus, honestly, no hate. If you're talking about Notepad Plus, I actually edit code in Notepad as well, which is why I didn't get it as a joke, because that's not like an impractical way to be. I don't know you that well. Maybe I just don't get your sense of humor. If you said something ridiculous, which it's not ridiculous to say that you're editing JavaScript in Notepad at all. That is one of the many places you can regularly edit JavaScript. So maybe if you said you're using like code blocks or something like they use in like elementary school, that might have been a better approach to the joke. But yeah, I don't know. It would have to be more ridiculous, I think, to be laughable, because using Notepad is totally a viable a viable way of editing code. It's totally an okay way to do it. Grasshopper isn't really a code editor. Grasshopper is an educational platform. So, I mean, there is a code editor in it, but it's just interesting comparing it to Notepad, because they're like two totally different things. It's like comparing like, what is an online class platform? I don't know. What is the one I'm thinking of? Yamify? What are some online like class platforms other than Grasshopper? Oh, Udemy. So it would be like comparing a course on Udemy to like Unity. It'd be like comparing Unity and Unity. Like, one is like an engine that's a tool you use to make games, and one is an educational platform. Used to use Notepad Plus. Yeah, that's, you see, you get why I didn't get the joke. Also, too, you're new here, so I haven't really gotten a feel of your comedy. But to say you edited Notepad, it's not like silly. But I guess you may be saying that there is a difference between Notepad Plus and Notepad. But I also used regular Notepad quite often. A lot of times, if I am copying something from the internet or something and I want to make sure I don't have any artifacts in it, I use Notepad all the time. Like, it's one of my top 5 applications I use. So, again, I don't get it as a joke because it's something I actually do in a serious manner. Monkey King Twitch. Oh no, what is he doing here? Are any of my mods here? Streaming while you're awake? Yeah, I try my best to stream when you're asleep. That way I can avoid your witty So this is telling me to create a variable that stores the value returned from calling calculate tax total. Update total to include the variable. Oh, I get it now. So you have to put it before the return. So this is kind of click and go, but I can type it anyway. Let calculate tax. What do I call the variable? I guess I can call it whatever. Joe variable. Use camel case. Equal calculate tax total. And then you get another line. Update the total to include the variable that stores tax. Total equals. No, that's not what I want. Total equals. Where the frick is the equal? Calculate total. Okay, I see. What is Grasshopper? It's like a it's a new JavaScript tool I'm trying out for my students, actually, because I teach. I'm gonna try it and see if I feel like it'd be good for them. But it's also good for me. I'm kind of more in the advanced. Well, you'd look at this and be like, this isn't advanced, but. Okay, so. It's kind of like elite code, but easier. To return keyword is used inside the function declaration to end the function and send back the output. For example, return 1 divided by x. When invert function is called, it will operate with the value of 1. Monkey King, have you seen my game for a bit? Check this out, dude. I implemented what do you say? An analog movement system. So you can go in pretty much any direction. You see I can go like at a slight up incline. See that? Slight. Yeah, it's smooth as heck. It does a really good, like if you look at the way I collide into things, it like kind of goes around them. Right? You see how I hit this. So it like auto breaks stuff. It also does a thing where it like makes the characters, you can walk, you can run. There's some work to be done on it, but I basically found this Japanese plugin. It's pretty heavy. Like that would be the one thing I would complain about, but it works really well. I was messing around yesterday with getting it to work with my touchscreen, and the analog aspect works of it, so you can take like small steps, you see. But as far as like being able to go at like interesting angles like this, you can't. That's not there. It's just innate direction. But the way the movement works, it's based on like a radian. There's two factors. There's like a radian degree and then a it's like a tilt and I'll show you some code. Why not just do that? It's actually pretty simple for the analog aspect of it. Not the touch to move, but for the left stick, there's a tilt in direction here. So this is pretty easy to like call on in other applications. You can see it works off of an axis. Now there's more to it than this. There's also this. This analog movement plugin is pretty beefy, but this is the direction-based plugin. I was thinking about grabbing some of these functions and pulling them into my touchscreen controller, but it's a little bit beyond me. I've never really done anything with like radian coordinates, so it's the trigonometry. It's not like I don't have to learn the code. I have to learn the code, but I also have to. I've been like doing like looking at trigonometry and relearning a lot of that crap from high school, you know. Radians, converting degrees into like radians. Yeah, it is fun. It's also a little bit outside. I'm a little bit out of my depth too. But I never really thought about using radians with RPG Maker, or honestly, video games in general. Though I know like in 3D it's pretty much the standard, right? But you know, in RPG Maker it seems kind of wild, but that's basically what that plugin does. So it's super interesting. By the way, if anybody has the game, that analog control is in the current game that's up. I didn't make an update patch because yeah. The way my controller works now, it's basically like if you push right, then you increase X. If you push left, you decrease X. If you push down, you increase Y. If you push up, you decrease Y. And I haven't totally gotten in like a smooth handle on how to take that type of logic and like convert it into like a radian logic. You know? And I was screwing around with it last night quite a bit, but basically I'd have to figure out a way, because what I want is I want the touch screen to work with that same analog feature. So in order to do that, this touch control needs a lot of help. Like there's a lot that it needs. So that is definitely, you know, something that I need to work on quite a bit. But it works. So that's the main thing. The analog control, if you plug in a controller like or use a Bluetooth controller on your phone, it works. You can play with analog, which is kind of cool. But the crazy thing about this plugin is that it works with like every other plugin. I did have to tweak some of Galv's plugins a little bit to override some of the functions because it kind of broke my high frame animation, but it works fine now. There is a little bit of weirdness to it because you see the way they like slide. If you don't use the Galv animation plugin, they actually slow down and start walk. They walk up to their destination when they don't slide. See how they slide? So now the movement for the followers, it's just based on whether or not I'm pushing in a direction. But the way the plugins are initially set up, it's based on whether they're moving or not. So for the followers, if they are moving, sorry, there's actually like some event blockers here, which is kind of interesting. You see how it like blocks them? Because they're technically events. But, you know, so it would be better if they like didn't slide up, if they like slowed down and walked. But I don't, it's a bit tricky trying to get Galv to play nice with this plugin, you know. But I love the analog movement so much. Like it's so much more fun to like run around in. It just makes the game a lot more fun. And Lemon was playing, and you know he does speedrunning. So it actually changes the game for speedrunning because you can do like a lot of interesting lines that were not available before. Also, with radian movement, right? If I was to want to do an airship type of thing with mode 7, it would be totally like viable, right? So that's an interesting application to it as well. I could combine like the radian movement and then like moving in a certain direction and then make that usable for like a vehicle, whether it's like an airship or a ship or a boat, like something like a Chocobo or maybe a horse. I don't know. Whatever vehicles I decide to implement, I could use the radians to make it like a first-person type of view for the world map, which is really neat. You know, it's a very neat idea. I definitely am going to go that direction later. The other thing, Monkey King, that I've been working on is I've been screwing around with a fishing system. Obviously, this is super preliminary. But you'll push A to cast, and then it'll do a jump. And the idea is you have to drag your lure next to like a fish, right? And then the fish, if if you have like good bait, the fish will come at it and eat it, and then there'll be like a mini game for the fish that's kind of similar to my timed attack things, you know, that I did in combat. So it'll be like gauges and push this direction at this time type of mini game, and you can get a fish. I was gonna implement farming, but I think I can actually get this working more quickly, at least for now. I do want to do like a farming mini game, a hunting mini game, and a fishing mini game, and then I'm gonna have cooking to give, and the cooking will give you food, and the food will give you like it'll give you like how do you say, it'll give you like percentage based buffs, right? So one food will give you like 20% strength for like 20 battles, for example, and then you can use that in the randomized content. So that'll be like the game loop for like the end game of every act, right? It'll be like you go around, you farm the ingredients to get the food, you get the food, and then you go into the Reach dungeon and you can farm gear, and then you know, you farm gear, level up, go back, you know, go fishing, go, you know, all that stuff. And that's going to be like how the in-game game loop kind of works. Congratulations for winning the duel. I'll be right back. We're going to go back to Grasshopper, and I'm just going to be kind of going through all of the workbooks. But since Monkey King was in here, I wanted to show him some of the stuff I've been working on. Also, Monkey King, I got rejected by Android. They said it was because my game doesn't work on the Pixel 2. I resubmitted it. And this time, I didn't exclude the Pixel 2 yet, but if I get rejected again, I'm just going to exclude the Pixel 2 and say it doesn't work on that. It's kind of an older phone. It's like 5 years old, so... the main issue, I think, if I had to guess, is because the resolution is kind of weird, because it's a 1080p phone, which is a weird scaling thing, you know? But basically, I'm okay if it doesn't work on Pixel 2s specifically, at least for now. And the joy of mobile development, yeah, for sure. But we'll see. I'll get this next report back, and I'm not going to worry about it too much, but if I get that, then yeah. The thing I don't like about Google, dude, is it takes them 7 days to approve or deny. Yeah, it's interesting though with Android, right? You have to like go through, like you put it through, and then they're testing it on a freaking emulator, right? Which I don't even trust emulators. Who's to say that it doesn't work on the actual phone, right? Like F emulators. Anyway, that was a side rant, but you know, if you work on like so far their emulator says my phone works on like 1775 devices out of 1777. You try yourself. Oh, I use the emulator with Android Studio, but what I'm saying is that it's never as effective to test on an emulator as it is on the actual phone. Like, it's just not. There's just so many variables. So I do use the emulator to test stuff, but I'll test stuff and it'll work wonderful, and then I'll use my actual phone that's supposed to be the phone that I'm emulating, and it'll work terrible. So why would you even bother with the emulator, except for maybe like some super initial stuff, you know? But anyway, I'm just mad, really. That's the heart of my rant. Because it's just like, man, can't you just like the system should be like, if it doesn't work on 2 phones out of 1777, that you just can automatically exclude those new phones without having to resubmit. And maybe you can do that, and I don't understand the Android back end, right? Like, maybe that's actually how it works. But I don't really like that I have to submit and wait 7 days, and then I have to see what breaks, and then I have to exclude those, and then wait another 7 days. It should just be like, if there's 2 phones it doesn't work on, I could see if it's like 100 phones it doesn't work on. That'd be one thing. You can't exclude devices? Huh, let me look at it. I actually didn't even know that. You can exclude things based on their hardware, though, right, Monkey King? That's how it works. So if you have like a certain amount of RAM, or your screen doesn't support a certain resolution. I have 6 people who've installed it. One thing I like about Android versus Steam is that you can just This is one of the things I don't have to worry about on iPhone. Yeah. In many ways, and tell me if you agree, my impression is kind of becoming that other than the actual fee, iPhone is actually kind of easier. In many ways. What do you think about that, Monkey King? I don't really know. Yeah, so if I go to a build, right? Oh. What is this? This is new. There's like some new stuff on here. What the hell? Am I confused? None of my... See, no recorded crashes on my people. On my people I gave... So... Several companies, 100% iPhone is easier because you don't have hardware constraints and limitations as you do on Android. Several companies I have worked with have had issues with conflicting camera hardware and manufacturing hardware. Huh. Yeah, see, that's not... My impression was not that. My impression was initially that iPhone would be harder and Android would be easier. Just because Apple usually... When it comes to like, I was thinking like, in comparison, like Windows compared to Mac, right? Like it's more difficult to publish. Well, I guess that's debatable too, but I don't know. I just thought it would be easier on... I thought Android would be easier, but it's turning out that that's not the case. I've thought about maybe if I get good at this, I've thought about helping other people create like Android versions of their games. Like that might be something to be interesting. Because with you can create these dissociated developer accounts, so they could create one, and then we could share like a product, right? Hey, Corpse Jack. And then it could be like, you know, ported or whatever by Maui Game Studio, game by this guy or that guy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I gotta get my own game out before I start, but maybe that's a consideration for the future. That might be like a viable thing to do. I feel like that would be viable for you in a way too, Monkey King. You could do I don't know if Apple has the equivalent of like multiple developers, like Android does. But I'm sure a lot of people would be like, oh, you know, could work out a deal, for example, where it's just like, okay, I'll put your game on iPhone, but I take half the revenue, and you can keep the other half. Because a lot of people have games and they're not like doing anything with it, right? And I mean, if you do that work for them, I feel like maybe they'd be cool with it, you know? I would probably require it to be on my account though, because I wouldn't want them to eventually be like, oh shit, I can make this much money doing this. Now I'm gonna cut you off. Yeah, the big winner would be to work like and publish their games on our mobile platform. Yeah, like really popular ones, right? I think that I would probably start off with like more mid-sized ones. Like games that are a little bit bigger than mine that don't have a mobile version. Like for example, if I was trying to do like Amori, it would just blow up. Like say those guys were like my friends and they're like, could you make a mobile version of Amori? It would just like destroy itself, because I can just tell by playing that game, like they use a lot of stuff that won't really work. So it would be like a different game. But that's part of the service that I would offer, right? Like I would use plugins and stuff to disable certain things that don't really work well on mobile. Hey, Gimmer, what's up, dude? Wow, everybody's here. Let's do some shoutouts in case you guys are not following each other. We'll do one for the Giminator. I think I typed that correctly. We'll do one for the Monkey King. I'll do it on here. It's easier. Auto detect. Fortune, are you following these guys? They're good. Monkey King. Yeah, so you got to make sure you're following Gimmer so that when he streams once a year, you know, you catch it. Also, Aaron was in here. The Great Perhaps. She streams on occasion, so. Yeah, I'm gonna just talk about the last Gimmer stream I saw. I was asking him like, basically I was asking him something to the effect of like, I don't know, like, is it practical to make plugins? And his basic answer was like, no, practical, no, it's fun. I mean, I'm doing a terrible job at summarizing what he said, but I basically said, oh, you do all these plugins and you release them, blah, blah, blah. It's so impractical. And he's like, His basic retort was like, yes, it is somewhat impractical. But it's all impractical. And I'm like, well said. Well said, good sir. If you have the skills to make a game, you can always make more money elsewhere. You know what I mean? It's always the least practical thing to do. Unless you're like, I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, anyway. But Fortuna, make sure you follow all those guys. The return keyword is used inside a function declaration to end the function and send it back. For example, function invert return. Yeah, I got that. When invert function is called, so basically this function is just inverting x. It'll make it, once the return runs, the function is finished. If there's any code after return, it gets skipped. For example, function invert x return 1 over x. I'm surprised this console log even runs. I'll be going back to get some lunch. Are you saying you're gonna be lurking? Is that how the kids say they're lurking? When invert function is called, it will output the value 1 over x, but it will not log done since it comes. Okay, what I just said is true. Okay. What does this code log to the console? Start. X times x. What is x? Where's the 4? Well, 4 would be right, but no, I don't have any way of knowing that it's 4. Whoa, Codapill's in here. Wow, this is wild. This is what happens when you stream at a godly hour, isn't it? Everybody just comes around. Let's shout out Codapill, even though he doesn't stream anymore. Or do you stream? When's the last time you streamed? Let's look this up. Did you just cheer? Did you just give me money? No. You did in the past. Okay. 3 times per year? Codapill, you were streaming Call of Duty 2 years ago? What is happening? This isn't my Codapill. How come there's no videos? Did you have to like remove it because the FBI's after you or something? Gimmer, how old are you? It's not even showing your old ones. $39? I'm 39 as well. We're the same age. Isn't that wild? You seem like you got your shit more together than me. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's my general impression. Yeah, dude. He's got some clips. You guys remember when Codapill used to be a streamer? That was pretty cool, huh? Those were the days. Some fun times. Okay. I carried the torch. I feel like I was streaming before you and after you. So, wouldn't they just be like different torches? Like, wouldn't it be like you pass a torch if like I started and you stopped? Maybe I'm carrying 2 torches now? For a while, Siri used to tell me to tune into his channel at certain times every day after... Really? Freaking AI, dude. They're always trying to mess with you. He's English. It means flashlight. As an English Canadian. Well, if it's a flashlight, maybe his batteries just died. It's cool that you still hang out on other people's channels, though, even though you don't stream yourself. I haven't been... I think I'm going to start slowing down on my video content. Like, I've been pushing a lot of videos out. Like, I was doing daily shorts for a while. But my shorts were really just, like, clips of people playing Familia. So I had, like, you know... 30 of them, but I ran out of clips. So, you know, I'm not going to be posting daily shorts anymore. And my new videos are not getting that much views, even though they're freaking awesome. One of the issues I think with YouTube that makes it so I don't get that many views, a lot of my stuff is like too advanced and too niche. It's like both those things, so it's like I really get no views. I find that, ironically, it's not just the algorithm, though. I think people tend to like the videos that are the least helpful. Like, this is my second most popular video, and it's outdated. Like, I say in the comment and in the description that this is not really viable unless you have a super old version of RPG Maker MV. But people love this video. It still gets tons of views, you know? And this one, I don't tell you how to do anything. I just show you what I did. Like, my tutorials don't really get much views. I get more views from, like, just showing, like, stuff of my game. Like this, for example. Like videos like this. Where I just, like, straight up screen capture the game. People like that. I guess they get inspired. Or whatever. Which is fine. I'll keep doing those videos for sure, but... I don't know, I'm just not seeing enough to make me want to keep making videos. Like, tutorials take too much work. If I just do a screen capture of something I've already built in my game, that to me is like passive content. Nice map, Codapill. I have like 16 more slots that I could make more tiles with. I just... Mount Maui. Thanks, dude. Are you saying I'm fat? I mean, thank you, but are you saying I'm fat, though? I'm getting pretty fat. I was paddling pretty competitively throughout the summer, and I've just stopped. Other than doing some push-ups and I run once in a while. Although I eat a lot less calories now that I'm not So I haven't gotten that fat, but definitely all the weight I had has turned into mush. I've gotten less muscular. It can be useful to have multiple returns in a function declaration, as long as only one return is expected to run. Yes, depending on the input. Also, Gimmer, while you're here, sorry, I keep getting distracted by stuff. But let me show you this. I don't know, Gimmer might be gone already, but whatever. There's RPG Maker. Oh, you're there? I just want to show you. You might have seen this, so forgive me if you did. I like this song. I'm going to thumb it up. So I added like an analog plugin, and it works actually really well. You see how I can like walk slower and in whatever direction? And then I can run, and I can actually run slower too. I've had to edit this plugin, well not this one so much, but I've had to edit it to work with Galv's animations. But it works like really crazy well. It's pretty nuts. But the math behind it is like, it uses like radians. Here, I'll show you the plugin in a second. It's actually, the analog aspect of it is actually relatively simple. But yeah, it's really smooth and I love it. You can run around a tree, around a stump. It's got like a lot of little auto corrections. Radians, you say? Here, I'll show you the code. So it's basically these two plugins. This one is an analog move plugin, which is relatively complex. This one also makes it so that it corrects the collisions. So like if you hit something at like a slight angle, it'll like automatically make you move up. So like here, I'm just pushing to the right. Hold on. Pushing to the right. All right, a little bit up. I'm pushing to the right here, and you saw how it made me automatically go up. That's not part of the radius. Here, same thing. See how it kind of like auto-corrects my direction? That was one of the limitations with the with Galv's pixel movement plugin. It didn't really have that feature, which makes it so you had to be so exact when you're running through things that it made it like not useful. Maybe Galv's did that, but I don't remember it being as smooth as this. I was never able to get Galv's to really work with my game. It like messed up all the events and everything, so. This is like a Japanese dude. I had to use Google Translate to read his documentation. It could be a dudette. I shouldn't be sexist. Especially in Japan. They're getting to the point now where they have like a bigger female workforce than we do in the United States. But anyway, the correction feature is not what I was talking about. I'm more interested in the analog movement feature. not the, so here, let me show you how that kind of works. I'll send you this plugin if you want to. But it's a pretty short plugin. It's like 100 something lines, 120 lines. Really, like 70 lines of like code, really. Everything else is like help file. And you can actually call on these guys too if you want in other plugins. But see, it works with like an access and the direction. This is a radian value here, and then the tilt, I don't know what the hell that is. I think it's just like a number. I don't think it wouldn't make sense to have it be a radian. But basically, there's an axis here. This is like the direction, right? And this is a bunch of shit. I don't know what the hell is going on. Some type of axis. Radian would be angle. Yeah, the direction is a radian, right? I'm pretty sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then the tilt is how hard it's pushed. He uses some interesting terminology. This was originally in Japanese, and I translated all of the notes. With like Google Translator. But it's basically, there's the tilt and the threshold. So this is both into the tilt stuff. So this is like how quick you move. And here's a direction. So returns math A10 to, where's that up here? I think it might be in the other plugin. Yeah, it's in the other plugin. Yeah, needless to say, I don't totally understand it, but my kind of objective was I wanted to get so you can see it works like okay. You still have that pixel movement thing going on, but man, would it be epic if I could get this same controller-based movement working with my touchscreen controller. That's kind of what that's like one of the things I'm kind of passively going to be thinking about for a while. I don't really understand how this works at this point of my life. Like, it's like, what the frick is all this shit? But yeah, I'll drop these in my Discord if any of you want to look at them. I think I might have edited one of them, actually. Maybe I shouldn't share them with you, because I changed something. Oh, well, this won't break your game unless you're using variable number 55. Basically, what I did here with the variable value, I added a conditional if this variable value is greater than 0. And what this does is it makes it so you can't move while you're in the menu, right? So if I'm in the menu and I'm pushing around on the analog stick or the control pad, it doesn't, my character can't move. That's why I added this. It basically just puts a return if this is fulfilled, and that disables movement. And that's good. No. It's so my menu, at least the top end. When you go into the skill, it's a different scene, but my menu is still in the map scene. If you look at the ducks, like look at the ducks, they're still moving around. You see them? So like technically speaking, if I stand next to us, oh shit. I can actually get in a fight and it'll close the menu. So it's not like a pause. There. But these slimes won't walk into you unless you walk into them. Like if you stand next to them, they walk around you just the way it's set up. You have to actually walk into them. But there are other places in the game, like hold on, where it'll actually interrupt the menu and close it. Like down here, if you get attacked. So if you go into like the sub menus, right, then it'll actually pause the game, which I don't want. I want it to be where like if you get attacked, this is real, you know? I like that sense of danger. Hold on, I'm looking for a particular place where the people will chase you. I don't have the menu on though. Shit. Just gonna add it. That common event makes it turns on my menu. See, now watch, he can actually attack me, I think. See that? So you can still get in fights. While you have the menu open. I'm going to remove that turning on of the menu just because I'm a little bit afraid it might break something. Because the menu will be on anyway if you play this in the context of the game. There are other places where you get chased. But basically, I just need to get better at JavaScript. That's like my problem, so I can stop harassing you and Code Mora and everybody else. Just don't want to be too much of a dick. I'm not rich enough to hire people. Don't have it in my budget. I'd have to just say, please help me. It can be useful to have multiple returns in a function, yeah. Depending on the input, the invert. I can zoom in on this a bit so it's more stream friendly. Console log, invert, 0, outputs, input was 0. Invert 4s. Okay. Input 4 inverted is 1/4. Makes sense. The function will still work using an if statement instead of an if-else statement. If x is equal to 0, return input was 0. Okay, so this will just make it so it says input was 0 instead of 0. Return 1 divided by x. If x is 0, then the function will return input was 0, and the rest of the code is skipped. If not 0, then the function will return the value of 1 over x. The following function will return false if any number in an array of numbers is greater than 4. Otherwise, the function will return true. Okay. Will return false if any number in the array of numbers is greater than 4. If number is greater than 4, return false. So this basically breaks the loop, right? Let number of numbers return true. So if all the numbers are less than 4 in the, this is checking the whole array. If all the numbers are greater than 4 or less than 4, and if they're all less than 4, then it'll return true. So like basically the function is asking, are all of these numbers less than 4? And if they're not, then it returns false. Function distance x. Okay, what is going on here? X. If x is equal to 0, return here. If it's less than 5, return close. Wait, try adding another. Why is it telling me to add another return? Like, where is that? Am I too zoomed in? At the end of the function declaration. If the number is greater than 5, the function will do nothing. Is this what they want? I don't understand what they're asking. Oh, add a return statement that returns a string far. I see. I didn't read it all. Wait, what? The professor getting courses. A lot of what you... Fortuna, are you a native English speaker? A lot of what you say, I don't understand it. Like, are you saying that I'm getting a course from the Professor Gimmer? Or are you saying that Gimmer is the professor? Are you saying I'm the professor? Are you saying Gimmer is getting courses? See, I just don't understand. Add a return statement that returns on the last line of the function. Oh, so this isn't what they want. They want on the last line of the function. What is it saying? Add a return statement that returns the string far. Oh, it's maybe saying add an additional statement. An additional return statement. What the frick? Oh, maybe they mean out. Oh, I see. They want to tell you that it's not close. So this has to be right. Okay, so now I understand what they're saying. See, a lot of my issues with JavaScript are just from not understanding the way to articulate things. So this is good for me because it tells me to do something, and my brain doesn't really think of it like that because I'm totally self-taught. Import test results from grasshopper.laboratory function. The test results array contains a list of strings. Each string is either pass or fail. Okay. Each string is list of strings. Okay, so the test results, this guy that they're importing from Grasshopper Laboratory, each string is either pass or fail. Okay. The check function should iterate through the array and return failed if the string equals fail. So this function here, I'm too great with proper terms and things. Yeah, you really see the limitation of language if you're not like, the language helps when you're collaborating a lot. Like if you know how to articulate things like in code or really any trade, it's like you can really communicate a lot more effectively. Okay, so this function should iterate through the array and return failed if the string equals fail. Okay, the check function. Okay, if all the strings are passed, then return the length of array. Then return the length of the array. So if everything's passed, then it says you passed this many things. That's what they're trying to do. Inside the check function declaration, iterate through results and test if each string is equal to fail. If so, return the string failed. So it's either going to say passed, like 8 strings passed, or this particular one failed. For the loop, return results length. Iterate through results. So by iterate it means let results test results No, it's a 4. Sorry. I don't really understand what they're asking. 4. And then we do an if statement. If results is equal to fail, please ask if you need hints. Oh, bro, feel free to hint away. I don't care. Results equal Results is the array you started with element. Element is what you should be looking at the value of. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. If element equals fail, then return string failed. Okay, so outside of the loop here, we're also going to return results dot length. The return statement after the... Oh, I put it in the wrong space. Not bad. Can you just move it like that? You have to retype it. Return results. I don't like the clickiness, but I guess they have to limit what you can do in order to make it so you don't break stuff. I'd rather just type it. Yeah, there are hints. I try to not use the hints. And can someone say in the chat, the element is just the name of, that's not like a global or whatever you call it, right? That's just, that could be anything, right? It doesn't have to be the word element. In many functions, it is useful to declare a variable for the function to later return. Yeah, it's a local variable, yeah. They just called it element as a local variable. Yeah, yeah. Thanks, guys. That's exactly what I was asking. I was pretty sure, but I was just making sure. In many functions, it is useful to Also, Aaron, you could probably stream doing the Grasshopper stuff. I'm actually pretty far along. If this seems a bit too hard to get started with, like I'm about 3 hours in right now, so it's not like it's this hard to start, and this isn't even really that hard. The difficult thing for me is just understanding what they're asking. In many functions, it is useful to declare a variable for the function to later return. For example, function calculates some number array. Let sum equal 0. For let number of array sum is equal. What does the plus equal mean? Yeah. What the hell? Did I just push back or something? To add variable. Oh, so it just combines the two variables? Okay. I actually didn't know that. That's great. So if you do the plus equal, that's just like, it just basically, like, so if one variable is 6 and one is 2, it just returns 8, right? X equals x plus 1, yeah. Adds 1 to the variable? Oh, so it just adds 1. Well, but you can use any number, right? You don't have to use 1 specifically. So sum plus equal num, if sum equals, it is the same. So sum, but sum can be like 4 and num can be like 5. And then so that it'll just combine the two, right? So like if sum is 4 and num is 5, then it'll turn sum into 9, right? Is that wrong? In the above code example, the variable sum has been declared No, that's right. Okay, yeah. So it doesn't have to be 1. Okay, I was just making sure. For the loop, it iterates through the array of numbers and adds each number to sum. And adds each number to sum. For of loop finishes iterating, sum is returned. In the above code example, the variable sum has been declared and given a value of 0. Oh yes. Sum equal. For the loop, iterates through array of numbers to add each number to sum. Okay, because there's multiple numbers, right? Sum is returned. It's kind of weird. Oh, so basically it's just returning the amount of sums there are. Okay. What is the output variable in the following code? Function join strings, strings away. Let word equal nothing, or empty string. For let string of string array, word plus string equals word. So if the word is nothing, let string of string array. Oh, my bad. It does. It returns word. Word is the output variable. It's declared. Okay, yeah. I got confused because I was trying to. Word is the output variable. It is directly. It is declared as an empty string for the loop and adds. Okay, in this lesson you'll create a function that takes an array of numbers and returns the sum of its items. Okay. Inside the code block of sum, declare a variable to use as an output. I love seeing your little bee dance. Yeah, all art from my game. Should probably add some more. The flying ones are so easy. That's why I have so many. You don't have to do like walk animations. Function number array. Declare a variable to use as an output. Set its variable to 0. Okay, so I just use any variable. How do you do that in this? See, I don't understand. How do you declare a variable? Oh, they tend to favor let versus var. No, let is different, right? I never use let. So let Joe variable equal 0. All the cool kids use let and const. I wonder why var is so prominent in RPG Maker. Like, you see it way more. At least, maybe that's because it's my code. Let's look at some RPG Maker code. See how many vars. 592. Let's 40. See? RPG Maker is old. Older web engines couldn't do it. Letter const. Only the var. So that's really the reason why I'm so used to using var, is because I learned from RPG Maker, which is like the worst way. It's the worst place to learn how to use JavaScript because it's all outdated. Okay, inside the for loop, add each element to the variable. So we're going to create a for loop. At least you do it while having fun. You could call... Anybody who comes to my streams regularly knows it's not all fun and games. I have some flipped out moments. At least one daily. I think that's... If people... All my people who come to my stream like me, though, they don't clip it. But if they did, maybe they should clip it and post it, because then I'd be more famous. Because that's prime YouTube content. Streamer freaks out while trying to do basic JavaScript. It's a great... That's a YouTube gold right there. Okay, for of loop, add each element to the variable. So this should be Joe variable, right? And then there's going to be a return here. Did I spell variable right? How do you spell variable? Anybody know? Variable. Okay, yeah, that is right. I misspelled it on the other one. So inside this for, so when I misspelled it, it was actually correct. Element of number array. Add the current number of the number array. Okay. So then I do Joe variable plus equal. Number. What is it? Numbers, yeah? Drama alert. Maui Game Studio loses his mind creating multiple variables. Add the number of the number array to the local variable. Is it supposed to be number array? Okay, I don't understand what I did here. So let me just kind of go over it. For var element of number array, Joe variable, I add the element to the Joe variable for each one. And then it returns Joe variable. So basically it's counting so this let numbers equal sum of the number array, and then the console log does the sum plus the numbers. Okay, I didn't see this, so this is what's logged here. The sum times the numbers. So it multiplies these numbers, or combines these numbers plus whatever's served up here. So I still don't see how that would be 10 though. Let Joe variable equal 0 for element of number array, Joe variable plus the element. So this plus 0. So it basically took all of these numbers and added them together. I don't totally get it, but I think I'm gonna move on. Like, I know that the 10 is the combination of all of the numbers. Oh, no, I get it now. Okay, so basically the Joe variable starts at 0. And then it adds each of these to 0. So this loop here, it does first, it does, you know, Joe variable plus 2, and then it'll go into do Joe variable plus 3, and then Joe variable plus 5. So it does 3 things, right? Basically, and I'm just trying to get it so that I can think about it correctly. This loop is doing the equivalent of, if I was alternatively to do it in an inefficient way, that wouldn't be really scalable, just so I can understand what's going on. It's doing Joe variable equals Joe variable plus 3, and then just so on. Like, this is basically what this let function does, this loop does. Plus 2 plus 5. So it does these 3 things. Okay, I'm good with that. Intro to debugging. When code is not working as intended, it is sometimes helpful to use console log to figure out what is going on. Sure. For example, take a look at the following code. There is a bug hiding in there somewhere. Can anybody see the bug? Where's the bug, guys? Function sum number array let sum equal 0. Sure. For, it's on the left. Doing chin-ups. Oh, it's the grasshopper. I just got it. That's funny. The grasshopper is a bug, and it's a JavaScript education platform. There's a bug hiding somewhere. Anybody see the bug? Return sum. Sum equals number. This is the bug. Let number... I don't see it. If the code were working properly, it would return a 9 instead of a 4. Let's add a console log inside the for loop so we can see what is happening to the sum as the for loop iterates through number array. With the console log, the function prints out 2, 3, and 4. This shows that the bug is there. Each number should be added to the sum instead of each number. Oh, okay. So the issue... Okay. When they said bug, I thought they meant like the code wouldn't run. So basically what... And I saw this. It should be a plus here. That's why it was highlighted. So it should be equal plus. Or plus equal. My bad. So basically they're saying to run the console log in here so you... Yeah, okay. That's simple. That's kid stuff. Bad data. Let's zoom out a bit so we can see what's going on. Hold on, I got some messages on my business account. Okay, in this puzzle... Actually, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Hope everybody's enjoying my education stream today. I'm used to saying tonight on stream because I don't usually stream during the day. But I feel myself getting stronger, my power level increasing in my JavaScript as I go further along. I'll be right back. I got a tinkle, please. You know what that means. Little tinkle bell. It'll probably be like 5 minutes, so don't wait up for me. Maybe I'll put on the away screen. And I'll do a Battle Royale. All right. How long was that? Like 20 minutes? Probably longer. That was a long time. When was the Battle Royale? $10:53. Oh yeah, it's like 20 minutes. Not bad. I'm back. For those of you who are still around. Let's get started. Let's get back on this. I'll show my face now since you were so nice and patient and waited so patiently for me to return. Okay, so let's get back to this. We're gonna keep going with Grasshopper for like another couple hours. Okay, in this puzzle you'll use console log to find a bug. A grasshopper bug. Get the get length Okay, the get length function is supposed to print out the length of each string. However, it is printing out 0 for one of the items, which means there might be bad data in the produce array. How am I supposed to fix that? Use console.log to inspect the produce array to find out why. Inside the for of loop that is in the get length function, okay, print out each word. Console.log word to print out. Oh. It's interesting because they asked me to print out each word, which is what I did. But they want me to do it wrong. Discovered that there is an empty string in the produce array. Okay. Truthiness. In the test of an if statement is always either true or false, If turns out this will open false, that means the number 0 is falsy. Is that a misspelling? Inside of an if statement. In JavaScript, there are 6 falsy values. False, the Boolean value, false. 0, the number. Okay, so falsy is a term that articulates when things are empty or negative. An empty string, a string with no characters. Non stands for not a number. Caused by math errors. Undefined. Variable's value before it is assigned a value. A blank value that can be assigned to a variable. Which of the following is a falsy? Any value that is falsy, that isn't falsy, is called truthy. Have any of you guys heard of this before? This is just like, what? Truthy and falsy? It sounds like fake, but I guess it's true. Grasshoppers by Google, so. That means every number other than 0, any string that isn't empty, any object or array, etc. That means if you put any of these truthy values inside of an if statement test, the test will pass and the code will run. No, I haven't heard of that before, but I guess maybe a thing in JavaScript. Yeah, I've never heard of it either. What is the output of this code? If it is a word, if 100, console log 1, else 2, else, and if it's not, this is weird code. What is the output of the code? Word is truthy. So the code in the if block will run 100. So the output will be 1. So if truthy is true, so this says if word is true. But how do I know if word is true? Whoa, this is blowing my mind. So for these conditionals, they'll run, like this will work. If word, if 100. What the hell? As long as there's nothing proving it false out there. That's crazy. In this puzzle, you'll log the numbers from -3 to 3, but skip over 0. Change the code inside the for loop. Only log the number if the value is not 0. Okay, so if I don't have to do anything equal. This isn't how I would do it, but if I... Is there a not equal? If I guess I could just do return. Usually I would do if I equals 0, but it doesn't give me that as an option. Use an if statement to check the value of I. Only log. I don't really know what they're asking me to do, because this isn't the way I would do it. Let x equals 0. Okay. I equals 0 minus 3, 4. I is greater than 4. I is less than 4. I mean, the simplest way to do this would be to just change it so that you don't include 0. You could just do... I wonder how they'd want to do it. Yeah, that's how I would do it. I would do a conditional here. But there's no, like, equal sign. If you increment +1 from -3, so just check if equals 0. Yeah, I don't... That's what I would do, Monkey King, but it doesn't let me with the way the app is set up. I'm gonna just see what they say. Is there a way to just make it tell me the solution? If I there's no equal. See, I can't do this. I could, with the way they're letting me do it, I could do a let for everything else. But I just want to see how they answer, because I know how to do this. But I don't know what they want me to do. Oh. Oh. I see why they limited me. So, because it's a falsie, because it's 0, it doesn't report anything in the console log? I didn't know that that's how it works. What the frick? Are you kidding me? Is it because it's a loop? Let I equals 0 minus 3. I is less than 4. Yeah, dude. Wait, is this how it would work in RPG Maker? I'm like losing my mind right now. This is like blowing up my brain. So for conditionals, if they equal 0, it won't report them. It'll return them as void. Yeah, it'll return 0. If I did this in RPG Maker, it would return a 0. Anyway, I would just do it to conditional if I equals 0, then don't log it. But like the way I would do it is I would say if equals 0, return. If 0 is always false, is the falsy way. That sounds like it would be really fucked up. Like in a lot of situations. Like, what if you need a 0? What do you do? What is this, like pre-Mayan tech mentality? Whatever, I'll just roll with it. I just gotta understand that that's not how it works in RPG Maker for any reason. To access a specific item in an array, array indexing can be used. For example, let supplies equal dive mask, water shoes, fins, scuba tank. Let fins equal supplies. Supplies 2 accesses the third item in supplies. Yes, I get that. As arrays are indexed starting with 0. How the hell are you gonna use a 0? It's falsy, you bastards. Yeah, it makes sense now thinking about it in that way. Okay, so the 0, 1, 2, 3. Set the value of the third item of the supplies. So let fins equal supplies. Wait, that's not what I wanted. Set the value of fins to be the third item of supplies. Oh wait, it's already there. It should be supplies 3. Oh, I see. You gotta do this and then use this one. Number... Wait, fins is 2 actually. The opposite would always be if 1 is always true. Well, anything that's not 0 is true, so... I don't know, that's weird. I don't like that way of thinking. I don't think it's helpful. But I think I could see the advantage of having undefined not break your game. Right? Use array indexing to change the second item supplies to wetsuit. Let me delete. Why not delete? Damn it, why? This is so dumb. Wet suit. Oh. By second item, see, that's confusing. By second item, they mean item number 1. That's fine. Change the second item in supplies to wetsuit. Did that. Oh, I see what they want. They want me to change it after. They didn't mean go in and... They want me to do it like this. Supplies. Number 1 equals So when they said change supplies with wetsuit, they meant do it in code, not just go into the code and change it. When the length is attached to an array, it returns the number of items in that array. For example, 4, 5 length will return the number 2 because, okay, got it. What is the output of this code? Supplies length 1, 2, 3, 4. Easy. That's something we use in RPG Maker often. The last item in an array is indexed at length -1. In other words, the last item always has an index that is 1 less than the array's length. For example, the supplies array has a length of 4, so the index of the last is 3. Yes. If the 5th item were added to supplies, the index would be 4. Okay. What is the output of this code? Console log supplies index. Supplies 1, 2, 3, 4. Supplies length -1, 3. Scuba tank? Oh. So it's calling on the specific index. Okay. Set the value of the last index to be 1 less than the length of the array. That's easy. Shape up. In this lesson, you'll change the last string in the shapes array from circles to hexagons. Okay. Complete the set last value function so it takes an array and a string and replaces the last item in the array with string. Two input parameters, an array, and a string. Oh, this is... Bro, they jump from like super easy to like, what the hell? Okay, so the set last function will need 2 input parameters, an array, and a string. Dude, I have no idea what they're trying to get out of me. The last index of an array is equal to the length -1. Because arrays start at 0 index. The array ABCD has 4 items. 4 minus 1 equals 3, which is the index of D. Bro, I'm freaking lost. Console log animals length. A variable store the last index of the array. To assign the input string in the array at the last. So this is the set value function, the last value function. Inside of it, you'll need two input parameters, an array and a string. Input parameters, shapes, I think, and string. I still don't get what they're asking me to do. This is making me sweat. Let's do some chiller music. This music's stressing me out. Function set last value array new string. Oh, so the first one is an array, and then a variable for string. Sure. So it would be oh. Below the item variable declaration, set the value of the item in the array that has the index. To assign the input string in array at the last index. Below the variable declaration, set the value of the array that has an index to the item of new string. For example, array item equals new string. Make sure the bracket's an array item. Oh shoot. Yeah, this is wrong. It has very useful hints and tips. Yeah. Oh, look how much more there is. Jeez. Look at this. This is just the interviewing track, and I've done like only a small percentage of it. I did fundamentals 1 and 2. Web pages and code editors. Those were super easy for me. I didn't have to read anything. I just like jammed through the web development one. Dang, I got 723 followers. Maybe I'll hit that 750 mark by the end of the day. Get it? Hop back in. Hey! I wonder how you unlock animations and array methods. I can do automation. That's it. Let's do... I want to see what the automation looks like. You learn how to use app scripts to automate tasks you'd usually do with keyboard and mouse. App scripts is a tool developed by Google. Oh, I don't want to do any of that. See, they're trying to trick you into sticking with Google. Let's go back to interviewing. To access an item in an array, you refer to its index number. Yes. For example, array 0 accesses the first item, and array length -1 accesses the array. Yeah, they're trying to trick you into getting Google stuck. You always gotta know what somebody's incentive is. So they probably developed this whole platform with the intention of getting people to use their products, right? like this whole thing will make more developers tend to use Google products more. Sometimes you want to access array items at a neighboring index. Oh, given an index number I, you can use I. Monkey King, if you're watching this and you see places where this could be useful in RPG Maker, or anybody in the chat, feel free to let me know. Given an index number I, you can use I plus 1 or I minus 1 to access adjacent items. Okay, that's pretty easy. Array equals A, B, C. Let I equal 0. Heard Google and Facebook have the hardest interviews? It depends, I think, on what you're applying for. But I think it's more just like the amount of money you make tends to equal the difficulty of the interview. Because I have a friend who works at Google Japan, and she wanted to live specifically in Japan. And she took a significant pay cut to work at Google Japan. And she was working at Facebook before. She's a software engineer. And like, she said her Google interview was like a joke compared to her Facebook interview. But she made like maybe 1/3, half as much at Google Japan as she did at Facebook. She just wanted to live in Japan, so that was like the only way to do it, to get the green card, you know, by transferring to Google. And her goal is to get Japanese permanent residency over the course of the next few years, so she can be a dual. Well, she's actually already a dual citizen, but she'll be a triple citizen. Hey, Asamu. Yes, we're gonna convert Hawaii into an RPG Maker nation. Been getting hit by recruiters for Meta for months. But yeah, I would say definitely the high-paying jobs at Google and Facebook have difficult interviews. But it just tends to be the higher-paying positions tend to have more difficult interviews, I think. You might be right in saying that in general, Google's interviews are longer and Facebook's interviews are longer. Where with a lot of smaller startups, they just will go by like how they feel about a new employee. The system for Google and Facebook is like intense. The same would be said for Apple. So like, I think that is something that's worth saying. Like working for a company like Google, you can expect a really long interview, but that just goes in general with working with a big corporation. Everything takes longer, you know? Interviews, and when you're in the company, it functions that way as well. That's why a lot of people like working for startups, because you feel like more like you've done more in a shorter amount of time. My Nike and Walmart interviews had to be the hardest, but never interviewed with Yeah, so by hardest, you just mean that there's more work, right? Like it's, you could probably replace that with longer. So the bigger companies are going to have longer interviews. Yeah, I worked, like my best paying job was for an agency, and my interview process was like super easy. So sometimes you want to access array items at a neighboring index. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Given the index number I, very technical questions and more difficult coding projects. I'm trying to think of like what, I guess for Walmart, you'd work on their apps or something. Sometimes you want to access array items at a neighboring index. Given the index number I, you can use I plus 1 or I minus 1 to access the items adjacent to it. For example, let array equal A, B, and C. Let I equal 0. Let neighbor index equal I plus 1. Dude, what if I got that interview from Walmart where they ask you to make a map and then they open up the app and it's like an RPG maker? It's like the... Can you imagine I'm like interviewing at Walmart and I'm making like a shopping store check-in app and everything is like on a... It's on like a map in RPG Maker. Like check into the store, you have to like log into the game and move your character into the store. I'm interviewing for Walmart. I've submitted RPG Maker build. Oh, that'd be so... That's like a funny story. That'd be like a movie. And then I get the job and I'm the owner of the company. Sick. Try out they place you in a dark room and you see a chronometer on the fixed on the wall. Okay, I get this. We're moving on. In the code above, if I is 0, I guess this is the time to build an app. Oh, you're saying like you go in and it's like in a dark room? In the code above, if I is 0, the neighbor index is 0 plus 1. Yes, or 1 minus. Yes, array 0 is A and array 1 is B. Yeah, sure. What will be the output of this code? Let array equal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let I equal 2. Let neighbor index equal I plus 1. Array console log array 1, so that would be 2. Wait, no. Array I is 2 plus comma plus array neighbor index 2, 3. What? 3, 4? If I is 2, the neighbor index is 3. Yeah. The item array 2 is 3. Oh, okay, because array 2 is... Array 2 is 3, yeah, okay. Simple enough. Because it starts at 0. Be my neighbor. Bro! Check this out. They're saying to be your neighbor. Look at my shirt, dude. Who's on my shirt? Who's on my shirt? Who's that? Girl. Okay. Who's that on my shirt, guys? Anyway. Excuse me. Okay. Mr. Rogers. For those of you who don't understand, you're too young. That was like Mr. Rogers' catchphrase, and this is Mr. Rogers. Okay. He said, be my neighbor. In this puzzle, you'll create a function that takes an array and an index and returns the neighboring item to the index. Okay. Complete the getNeighbor function so it takes 2 parameters, array and I. Array. Do I have to type it? Okay. Okay, 2 parameters, array and I. Got that. Create a variable neighbor index. So let me zoom out a bit so I can let neighbor index that stores I plus 1. I guess I gotta write it out. NEIGHBOR INDEX equals I plus number 1. Okay. Return the array item for index for neighbor index. Return the array item return neighbor index. Okay, complete the get neighbor function call inside of the console log. The neighbor to 4th item is get neighbor array and I. Get neighbor the array number. Which one do they want me to get? This is like not clear. Let's just put 0 for now. The variable try returning R variables are the variables array and index. I don't understand why this isn't working. Array index. Return array neighbor. Oh. I see what I did wrong. I used the same word here. I'll be right back. So let's just change this to something else. What the? Why did it change everything? Here, we're gonna start over. During these years, I bet. Yeah, it's during the era of Bob Ross. Although Mr. Rogers was on for quite a bit longer than Bob Ross. I'm glad I could give you that cultural reference. I didn't realize you're from Quebec. Was this about war? Since it was in Canada. Mr. Rogers is about war? News to me. You're just making a Canada-American joke? But I think I meant represented the USA. To represent USA News in a puppet show. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did. Like, he would have his puppets comment on, like, current events. It's interesting for you as a Canadian. To you, that seems like war. To me, that seems like, you know, yeah. Well, it's also worth saying that as somebody who's watched Mr. Rogers when it was still in show, that wouldn't be like a takeaway you'd get as a kid. And I don't even remember him ever having this. Maybe once or twice that soldier character was on there. The thing I liked about Mr. Rogers that is gone today is that he would talk about like current events that were significant, and yet it wouldn't be controversial. Like, you could talk about something that is really happening and it wouldn't be a subject of controversy. Like today, for example, if you even mention like that there's a war in Ukraine, just saying that you put yourself in like a camp, right? Oh, he mentioned Ukraine, so he must be for the war in Ukraine. He must be against the war in Ukraine, or he must be against the U.S. involvement, more specifically, because that's the disputed issue, right? How many troops do we send over there? And it's like, or how much money do we give them, right? How many jets do we give them? How many bombs do we give them? That's like the area of debate. So, but if in today's ecosystem, if you were to say like, I support Ukraine, that'd mean like, oh, okay, so you support, you know, giving them a bunch of F-16s, right? It's kind of an interesting thing. But back then you could say, you know, you support the war effort, and it wasn't as political of a statement. I don't really, I'm pretty neutral when it comes to politics in general. I don't really get into it. I do, however, think it's interesting to see how people form their camps. It's not as interesting as RPG Maker, don't get me wrong, but I feel like I'm not in it, so I'm like an observer from the outside. Nothing as interesting as RPG Maker, for sure. Yeah, when you play Civ 5 and you choose USA as a civilization, you get 2 personality perks from that civilization. And I could play some Civilization 5, that sounds fun. One is militaristic. Yeah. Okay, what am I doing? Let neighbor equals 1 plus return array from the item neighbor index. Return. Okay, so return. This has been taking way too long. Return array. And then in here we can do get neighbor I get neighbor of array and then index. So I want to go back to what we imported, and then I'm pulling from there the array index. That work. Pro. So just to clarify what I did wrong initially is I put the same parameter as I did with this import argument, right? This is an argument, right, in the import? Let me know in the chat if, and this is a parameter in the function. But I was using the same word, which is why it didn't work on my first go. So I just was like, fuck it, I'm gonna restart it. Because the way the system works, if you have the same variable, it just changes them all, which is not good. A classic for loop has 3 components: the iterating variable, the initial variable let. You don't think imports are called that in JavaScript? What are they called? Is it parameters? Here, let's look at Stigma's new video. Is my sound turned off?
Walk around, the protagonist will make comments. I wrote and added a bunch of side dialogues to this area, so as you walk around, the protagonist will make comments about this area, about the situation you're in, and about
whoa, LMP Games! What's up, dude?
And these are very detailed, thoughtful, and high quality side dialogues. Like, Ah.
Dude, you guys ever watched Sigma Sakura? He's got like a screw loose, for sure. Like, there's something a little off about that dude. He's a genius. Don't get me wrong. Here, let me show you what I did in my game. LMP. Where should I go? Test map. So I added this new plugin I found. It was a Japanese plugin. I had to use like the Google Translate to figure out how to use it. Oh, shoot. Bad map. Actually, I should just take that out of there. I don't use that leaf anymore. When I gutted my system, I pulled out a lot of the stuff from Act 2. Where's that leaf? Ah, whatever. I'm not going to use this one. Okay, so I found this plugin that does analog movement, and I'm using my controller with the analog stick, right? And it actually works pretty simple. It uses like a radian system, so you can like go in any direction. You see how I can go at like these interesting angles? Like you can go just off straight. You see that? How cool is that? It also has pixel movement, which is a separate plugin. Yeah, 360 movement. Which to me, this opens up like a lot of interesting ideas. I'll send you these plugins if you want to look at them. Or I'll just, maybe I'll look at them. They're called exports in JavaScript. So when you do an import, these parameters are called exports. I'm sure you knew that, huh? Modules? Are they called modules or exports? So like in this, for example, export from modules. If you're using node types coding. So in node, it's modules, but it's exports if it's not node. Since you don't really know. Oh, that's funny. That's like something I would say. Yeah. LMP could explain it better. Also, thanks for your comment on my video, LMP. I don't remember exactly what you said. Node is basically 0.0 JavaScript. But basically, so there's two plugins that do this, and they're Japanese. This one I translated so I could understand what was going on with Google Translate. But this is the Pixel Move plugin, and this one is a freaking beast of a plugin. I don't even know what the hell's going on in this one, but but the analog movement, the 360 degree movement is actually relatively simple. What the hell? And it basically, well, maybe simple is not the right word. Short. It's short. But basically the way it works, you have a couple variables. You have stick threshold, left stick, and it works with an axis, which is actually spelled wrong, which is kind of funny because it's a Japanese plugin, right? So you get your stick direction. Here. To access stuff from those files, you need to import them using FS or similar. You define methods and properties that can be accessed using module exports. FS or similar, and then the file you're trying to import. You define methods and properties that can be accessed using module exports equals. Oh, you're answering. Node is basically 0 JavaScript. So each file is basically... FS is a node library file systems. Oh, yeah. I've seen that before. So each file is basically a module. To access stuff from those files, you need to import them using FS. Yeah, I haven't really seen that import syntax used much in RPG Maker. Do you ever see it? But anyway, basically, yeah, I've never seen it. Is it because it doesn't work? Usually people just call on the function and then alias it or whatever. They are using a bastardized object-oriented design. Bastard! Like everything else. But yeah, basically, this is like a radian system, I think, right? So it looks at the radian, and that's how it determines what direction you're moving in. So like stick direction here with the axis 0 to 1. Instead of explicitly stating, oh, here is what you can get from this file, they make everything global. Oh, so you don't really have to import. You just... Well, I don't really understand, but it include or require something, yeah. Math at and 2. But anyway, yesterday I was messing with this and trying to get it to work with my on-screen controller. The on-screen controller works with the pixel movement. You see, you can move like these small steps, but it does not work with the analog movement. Which is fine for now, but it's still much easier to move around than it was before. Like if you're in game. What the hell happened there? Did you see that? Because it also has like a correction. Like if you go at an angle, you know, against an object, like I do with these chests, it like corrects your direction. Pretty sweet. So far, I've tested it pretty extensively over the last couple days. And I haven't really found any bugs. There were a couple, well, there were bugs. Like, sometimes I had stuff where it would like teleport you, and you could activate events like might be for my game due to how hard I'm handling my sprites. Yeah. I'll show you the one place where I found an issue that I fixed. Well, a couple. So like for transfer events, I had to do some changes because sometimes I would make the event go on to another move event. So they would just keep looping back and forth transfers where out of the box RPG Maker, if you do a transfer onto another transfer, it doesn't load that transfer until you like move away from the transfer and back onto it. But the way it is with this is if you do a transfer onto another event, then if you just move a tiny bit, it'll activate the transfer. So you have to make your transfers not land on another event. That was one thing that I found, which I just kind of went through the game and fixed them all. Another thing is that an MZ thing or was it changed in a later version of MV? MV1 doing the looping? I'm not sure. I think maybe... I don't think it does it in the current version of MV. Here, let's do a test real quick. See if it loops. Well, I'd have to turn off my plugin because my plugin does make it loop. So I don't really want to do that, but actually I'll just do it. No, I don't want to do it. Too much work. Yeah, it doesn't loop now. It might have before. I honestly don't know. But I know that current MV doesn't do that. It doesn't loop. So if you transfer on top of an event that's like an event touch, it won't activate until you walk off of the event and walk back onto it. Right? So, but it will with this plugin because you activate it every time you move. Another thing that's interesting about it is if there's like a save point. Spent 36 hours changing map trash. You did that? Why wouldn't you just make it so it transports you off of the event, like right in front of it or something? Well, maybe you can put it on top of this plugin. What time is it? Let me check the time. I gotta go to work. Oh shoot, I gotta go to work in like an hour. Let me show you another thing that's kind of weird. So, basically for this save point, it makes like a sound and it flashes when you go over it, right? So another thing that's interesting about this analog plugin is that you activate it every time you walk through it. So you can see so, you know, whereas before you would only activate it once, right? If it's a non-player touch, it actually works okay with my game. It just makes that like... And this gets a little bit more frustrating on the... If you take off my mobile plugins and turn on my non-mobile plugins. By the way, Google rejected my app. They said it didn't work on a Pixel 2. So this one has a flash, right? So you see it will keep staying white. I might remove this flash later, I don't know. So yeah, that's like kind of one weird thing about it. But other than that, it works really well. I updated the update to Steam already, and somebody played, and they did find a couple like there's a couple places where the transitions don't work, but I fixed them all individually. But I love the feel of it. It's so smooth and like just feels so much more modern, you know? Well, look at that bug. You see the shadows are above them or below them too far. Oh, the post is on the fire fiend, yeah. Oh yeah, because I said, yeah, at that point it was the hardest boss. Which it was. This is an interesting bug. It only affects the followers. It's because my plugin is hijacking the followers and Gals doesn't correct them. Look at my floaty. Yeah, dude. They're flying, dude. That's funny. But it fixes itself when I do another map transition. My way of logging bugs is just like putting them on my bugs channel on Discord. So I'm going to do that real quick. That is a very unique one. I'm wondering how I'm going to fix this. I don't think I'm going to globally change the plugin. This is more related to like the camera. Yeah, it's the camera scaling of the sprite. It doesn't get rewritten, I think. My guess is because the followers are like totally hijacked from this plugin. So it doesn't, it's like probably aliased and it doesn't check them. But there's a couple ways around it. This is like the only map that this would happen, because I don't, like on this map, I may even redo this. This is like zoomed in. I'm using a camera zoom for this map to get it to look like this. But really the correct way to get this effect would be to use my AI scaling and then just increase the size of it, you know? By the way, LMP, did you know that MZ now supports 32 and 24 tiles? So you can use like VX Ace tiles in RPG Maker MZ. I have a 36 tile set that I'm probably gonna yeah, I just learned that recently. I was like, wow, that's crazy. The 24, it's like, who cares, because you could just double up your 48. You know what I mean? Like you could just use 24 tiles on a 48 map just by doubling the pixels. But the 32, now that means you can use 32, 16, you know, 64. I have a 64 pixel tile set too that I made, which you could kind of use with the 14, so. Also, this Radiant movement, it has a lot of potential for airships, because now combined with mode 7, right, I could like make it turn and move forward in whatever direction I want, right? And I could just make that sync with the camera direction. Like I could just make the radian, like the tilt direction equal the camera direction. And then you could get like a first person type of thing going on with mode 7. It's kind of an interesting idea, which for me, I just use it primarily to fly around on the overworld, which I think sounds kind of interesting. Which, I mean, I'm probably not going to have an airship or a vehicle like that for a long time, but that's something that I want to try and do eventually. Anyway, back to, but I'm just trying to get better at JavaScript, man. LMP, if you ever have any suggestions for me to like courses or something, please let me know, because you have a pretty good idea of like where I'm at in my competence as a programmer, because you've helped me with stuff. So I would always appreciate any kind of recommendations. Data in variable is set before code block runs, and tests checked before every loop of the code. The iterating variable is only updated after the loop's code block has run. For let I equals 0, okay, so this is a loop here. I is more than 1. Console log I. What will be the code? It'll be 1, and it'll just say 1, right? Setting the initial variable of 0, testing the loop should be running 0. Oh, it depends on the variable, yeah. Testing the loop should be running while I is 0. Updating I will be 1. That means the code will log 1, 0, and 1. When accessing an array of elements in a classic loop, for example, the following classic for loop has a bug in it. If there were 7 elements in the array, what would happen when I is 6? Array indexing starts at 0. I don't understand. For let I equals 0. The console log statement would try to print out array 7, which doesn't exist. It would print undefined instead. To prevent this, make the classic what would happen when I is 6. That site seems sus. It's Grasshopper is like a Google. The reason I'm kind of going through it is because I teach kids how to do some basic programming languages, so I wanted to see how Grasshopper works. I equals 2 wouldn't print anything into the console. Let I equals 0. We would rank at that point because I is greater than 1. Middle school kids. Yeah, I don't totally know about this site. It was pretty good at the intro stuff, but now it's starting to do things that I don't necessarily think have worked from the JavaScript I see. So I'm a little bit sus myself. I figured I'd just keep going through it. But I'm kind of getting over it. Because it does this thing called like falsy and truthy. And I've never seen that before, where like 0 equals null or non. or whatever. It's just weird. For I equals 0, I is greater than array length minus 1. Let neighbor index equal I plus 1. Console log array neighbor index. Apple and orange, yeah. It's too scared to try learning programming until you're in your 20s. Actually, kids pick it up pretty quick. I feel like programming is a faster path than teaching the math itself because it's much less boring in the context of programming. When you can use it to do stuff, it's more exciting for them. What am I up to today? I'm just trying to practice JavaScript on this sus site. If the code inside a classic for loop checks neighboring elements before the current index, make sure the loop doesn't start at 0. It's actually called an iterative for loop. If the code inside a classic for loop checks neighboring elements before the current index, make sure the loop doesn't start at 0. Iterative. Let I equals 1. I is greater than the array length. I is plus 1. Okay, so neighbor before. I get that. I don't need to read it. I didn't give learning programming a chance until one of my physics professors in university first a simple coding assignment. I'll be forever grateful to him for that. In this example, I is initially 1. This means that the console log array I minus 1 prints out 0. Yes. If I were set to 0, the console log array I minus 1 would try to print out the element at index minus 1, which does not exist. Array indices cannot be negative. That loop is code smell. What does that mean? What will be the following code? Print out the console is 1 array length array minus 1. All of them. Lemon, apple, orange. If you're looping an array, you should also start at 0. Yeah. You don't need to do the minus 1, yeah. You would do I equals 0, yeah. Lemon, apple, orange. If I equals 1, it is kind of overcomplicated. If I is greater than the array length, oh yeah. I think I understand why that's doing that. Some arrays can also be applied to strings. You can access characters in a string just like you access individual items in an array. That's easy. How would you access T in fruit? A code smell. A code smell is a code that indicates the coder might not be using good coding practices. Which is funny because this workbook is supposed to be intended to help set you up for Google interviews. So this. How would you access the T in fruit? Fruit length. It'd just be fruit length. Oh. Because it starts at 0. Okay. Yeah. It'd be -1. Yeah, 0. My bad. Looping through the characters in a string is just like looping through items in an array. The code prints out every character in fruit. Index starts at 0 and increments. Okay, yeah, I got it. Last character, the loop stops. You can also access adjacent characters in string just like you do in an array. Well, I don't think I'll have a hard time translating the character objects in RPG Maker. You can also access adjacent characters in a string just like you do items in an array. Given an index number I, you can use I plus 1 or I minus 1 to access its neighbors. Yes. What string neighbor index? Neighbor index -1. So I is 3, which would be -1. So 3 would be the 4th letter, right? In JavaScript, so V. Starting with arrays, the null is to void and 1 is an index, pure RPG Maker. Yeah. For reasons known only to Dedrica, they put an undefined element in all of the database arrays when having them line up. They did it to be lazy on their coding. My take anyway? Do you think there's a possibility it was an attempt to make it more strict so that you wouldn't stack up too many bugs on top of themselves? That's what I tell myself when I go to sleep at night. Blame Catacomb. So I take the LMAO as a no. LMAO is the same as no. And just like arrays, if you access neighboring characters while looping over a string, you must adjust the start end point of the loop accordingly. I didn't even realize that was Katakawa. I thought that was still NGS Nita talking. Hi, Codemore. To avoid division by 0. But they also could have rewritten it to choose not to. It's just like a Katakawa thing, maybe? If you use I minus 1 inside of a loop, then the loop should start with the second character. So for let I length, let neighbor index equal I minus 1. Yeah, okay, I get that. If you use I plus 1 inside of a loop, then the loop should end at the second to the last character. Yeah, that's easy enough. Well, Dedrica never really did much for the originally framework. They just ported to JavaScript and badly wrote the shit over Pixie.js. Just because code has been around for 20 years doesn't mean it's a good choice. In fact, it means it probably bad code because coding practices change over time. Is that a thing? Is that a part of why RPG Maker is so zany? Because they've just been like porting over their logic from like RPG Maker to like 2K3. I never really thought of it that way. That makes perfect sense. You've just unveiled over my eyes from 1995. Yo, they started that shit before half the people in this chat were even born, yo. Just a cheap galaxy. Wow, that made me think big time. So before 2K3. What was in 1995? Well, I thought 2K3 was the first one. Okay, in this puzzle, you'll create a function that takes a string and uses a classic for loop to print each of its characters. The first was on a PC system. Guys, I'm gonna install RPG Maker for my students today and have them make maps and stuff. But for my game dev, like kids class, I'm gonna make it much more art centralized. So I'm gonna have them all make parallax maps, and then we're gonna use all their maps and put them together and make one like game with with all the maps. So I'm gonna use two plugins in their projects. I'm gonna use Galv's layer images and Yanfly region restriction. So I guess that's two because I'd have to use the Yanfly core. And I'm gonna do no combat in their games. I'm gonna tell them like, we're not doing any combat. It's pure just like you walk around. Make them recode RPG Maker MV. Yeah, they could probably do a better job than Katakawa, huh? LMP or Code More, you guys should make your own RPG Maker. They're not even recording in the Unity version? Yeah, dude. Hey, LMP, I got a video. I have an idea for a video collaboration. We can make a video about how RPG Maker Unite's going to be terrible. Because everybody who doesn't know what they're talking about is like, oh, it sounds so exciting. But you did rewind it. What I meant is like release a product. I don't see why you wouldn't just use Godot or just do something from scratch if you're going to do that much work. Okay, in this puzzle, you'll create a function that takes a string and uses a classic loop to print each of its characters. Complete the print characters function so it takes the parameter of a string make your favorite engine do what you want. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't even care about the character generator. You could get rid of the character generator. I think that that's a waste of effort. I don't see why you wouldn't just use Unity already. We don't need an easy anything. Why you think games suck so bad? Because it's all too easy, huh? It's getting heated in here. I'm starting to feel hot. Some heat, some spice. The RPG Maker passion. Love it. Okay, take a parameter. Takes a parameter, a string. Last group I saw working on a game engine spent 10 years on it to be easily replaced by Unity. Well, I guess we see why they use such bad code in RPG Maker, because it's just not a worthwhile endeavor to go back and update everything. Last working on an engine, spent 2 years that could be easily replaced. It makes no sense. Unity is not an amateur engine in the first place. Why don't people get that? They just market to newbies to make money. Well, it's interesting Unity's marketing thing, because they go through education and then they get a lot of people using the engines, and I guess their hope is that they'll just get a couple people that end up actually getting a game to the point where that Unity can make money off of them, right? Or they get percentages based on the asset store. Like, I would like to know how much Unity makes off of their asset store, right? Because that's got to be a significant source of income, because they charge a percentage off of that. I think that's a large part of why the engine is free. I bet indie games, well, it depends on what you define as indie games. That would be kind of significant in pulling a stat like that. Like, Among Us is technically a Unity game, right? And it's an indie game, right? And it was like the best-selling game a couple years ago or something. In my opinion, Unreal Engine is a 3D game engine. Unity is a 3D rendering engine. Huh. That's an interesting take on it. Stopping at the index. Yeah, but U2D is still fairly Yeah, but even 2D games in Unity are still somewhat 3D games just because of the way the engine works, right? It's not like Pixie in RPG Maker where it's a true 2D thing. I agree that Unity 2D is still a 3D engine because you can easily import 3D objects into Unity 2D. Like it's marketed that way. It's not true 2D in the sense that RPG Maker is. Well, if there is like a true 2D, but I would say RPG Maker is more 2D. I don't use Unity. Yeah, which is actually kind of nice because like a lot of my games, I like to do like camera work and stuff with the 2D engine. And if you're doing like, it's just a lot easier to do like zooms and, you know, like if you do like an explosion effect or something, like everything works a little bit more smoothly. But isn't Godot the same way, Code Mora? Isn't it still just a 3D engine with a 2D plane on it? Or a 3D engine with a 2D plane. Did I say that right? Yeah. Not a 3D engine. Didn't realize they discontinued Blender game engine. Oh, they want me to create a variable called string. That was confusing. I guess technically all things work that way if you're drawing in OpenGL, drawing a plane as a viewpoint. Yeah, but I know what you mean, Code, with Unity. There's really no difference in a 2D, 3D project. Like, other than you can do like pixel perfect locking with Unity to make it feel more like a 2D project. But still, ultimately, the way everything works, there's always a Z plane on it. Like, there's a Z axis. Which, I mean, there is in a sense, there is in RPG Maker too. There's a Z index, right? But it's not the same. I don't know. You can't just like grab a 3D object and just drop it into... Like in Unity, you can just grab a 3D object off of Blender and drop it into a 2D game. And it's seamless. Where... Not so much in RPG Maker. You know what I mean? For the moment, it's getting better. Yeah. I don't really care about 2D games other than like minor effects. Like I like mode 7-ish 3D effects. And like 3D particle effects. By Z-axis, I just mean like order of the U, I just mean like order of layers. So like, you know, like the tiles can be on 1 to 4 layers, right? Or 0 to, and then there's like the below character, above character, which would place you at 1, 3, and 5 in the layers. You know what I mean? It's sort of like it has a Z axis, right? But it's not the same because like in Unity, if you move something back in Z, like if you go negative Z, the same direction as X, it gets smaller, right? So it's not 3D, it's just layering. You know, so like if Unity, you increase the Z-axis by 10 or something, depending on your camera settings, that will like increase in size. Yeah, same with UI. Although for me, my UI is all just like pictures. So, well, I don't know. It just depends on how you think about it. It's almost like philosophical. Yeah, drawing order. Versus depth. Yeah. Interesting to think about it. Print the character with the index number equal to the looping variable. Console log Joe string print characters. Is that right? RPG Maker philosophy, scary thought. Getting it out of the shadow of RPG Maker, destroying it. Especially on mobile. On mobile, you only have access to the filters. Can't even do the text rendering. Might work on Mac. I'm not sure, but on iOS, but in OpenGLES, the text rendering, no shot with Pixie. The hell is this strings? Oh, I have to do a... I don't even understand what I'm doing right now. Oh, so you can do anything in here. I get it. Putting an argument you pass into the function. Yeah, I'm just telling it to write out the letters individually. You've already learned how to use dot notation to access a property of an object. Guys, give me an alternative. Don't just critique the method. Correct the method. Correct, don't critique. MIT Scratch. What? This isn't a course. You want me to read stuff? I need a game, bro. Just get into Ruby. Learn Ruby. Is there reading? Jeez, that sounds so terrible. JavaScript JS is a lightweight, interpreted, just-in-time compiled programming language with first-class functions. While most well-known as Scratch scripting languages for the web pages, many non-browser environments also use it, such as Node.js, Apache, CouchDB, and Adobe Acrobat. JavaScript is a prototype-based, multi-paradigm, single-threaded, dynamic language supporting object-oriented imperative and declarative functional programming styles. Read more about JavaScript. This section is dedicated to JavaScript. Holy crap, I feel like I just did like muscle damage to my mouth to say all of that. Jesus. How's this sentence? This is one sentence, bro. That's one sentence. While it is most well known as a scripting language for web pages, many non-browser environments also use it, such as Node.js, Apache, CouchDB, and Adobe Acrobat. Oh no, that's two sentences. JavaScript is a prototype-based, multi-paradigm, single-threaded dynamic language supporting object-oriented, imperative, and declarative styles. Read about JavaScript. Like this sentence, dude. It sounds so intense, it doesn't even sound like a real sentence. JavaScript is a prototype-based, multi-paradigm, single-threaded dynamic language supporting object-oriented, imperative, and declarative programming styles. JavaScript is all things and is nothing. Wow. Is there good games on Scratch? Didn't think you'd be learning JavaScript this stream? I'm always trying to learn JavaScript. I feel guilty for bothering LMP and Code More all the time to help me with my code. But if you have to like comprehend sentences like that, I have no hope. Although to be honest, I actually understand what it means, so. This section is dedicated to the JavaScript language itself and not the parts that are specific to web pages or other host environments. For information about APIs that are specific to web pages, please see Web APIs and DOM. The standards for JavaScript are ECMA Script Language Specification and ECMA Script Internationalization API Specification. As soon as one browser implements a feature, we try to document it. Yeah, JavaScript is a beast. It's like 20 languages in one. That's why it's hard to learn. ECMA. Wait, 15? And there's like 402? JavaScript has no walls. Yeah. Should I just do streams where I just read through this out loud in hopes that it helps me better obtain the information? TypeScript gives walls. Yes, now read it all out loud. Oh, man. I need a game, bro. I can't live like this. I need to make something. I'm not a computer. I'll make a learn JavaScript to survive. Therein lies your problem. C# made TypeScript realize the walls were too thin. I'm gonna go back to my sus. Maybe I'll fill some time just reading through MDN later when I'm, you know, feeling too happy and I want to make myself feel depressed. Bracket notation. What time is it? I gotta go soon. Oh, shoot. I got like 10 more minutes and I gotta go. I can help you feel depressed. No, I wouldn't go here when I feel depressed. I would go to this site and read this if I was feeling too happy. Because it makes me sad reading through this. Because, you know, sometimes if you're too happy, you might have to bring yourself back down to earth. You pop in close to the end. Well, I gotta go to my job to teach the kids. We're gonna install RPG Maker today. Tell the kids chat said hi. I don't really tell them that I stream or else they'll show up here. You're supposed to be older than 12 to be on Twitch. You got the school to pay for that. They do show up, yeah. That's part of why in my Discord, I don't let people talk about drugs or sex. I do have above 18 channel. If any of you want to go to that, just message me. Or you can talk about whatever you want and post porn. That's where we post all the adult games. I never go in there. I don't really like porn. At least not in game dev. Wish I could open 2 event windows at the same time. You can, bro. You just have to open it in 2 different places. You have to have 2 editors open. You can also open the JSON files. And corrupt your database. That's what I did, bro. I have 4 screens. Start thinking about who I should raid, because I gotta go soon. Raid your pantry drawer. Got Asher Ash. Mort. High taxes. Goth 10. Probably 10. Haven't rated him in a while. I would probably do Quiz, but she not doing game dev. I only raid people who do game dev. Or they're playing games. Raid my panty drawer. Okay, I understand your joke. You said panty. Understood. Understood, Corpse Jack Menace. Man, if you stream during the day, so many more people come to your streams as opposed to streaming in the twilight hours. No wonder I stream at night. It's too hard to get shit done with all of you people in here. I need to get back to the three people stream. That's how people ask me how I get so much done on my game and stream at the same time. It's you stream when everybody else is sleeping. You see, I start at 8 p.m. and that means everybody in Australia is still at work here, and everybody in the mainland US, it's after 12, 11. So the Pacific Ocean is vast. For those of you who don't know, it's actually the largest ocean on Earth. And there's not really any populated areas until you get to Japan, which is 5 hours away. So when it's 8 o'clock my time, in Japan, it's still only 3. So they're not even done with work yet there. Right? And they don't even speak English, most of them. Stupid Japanese. Sorry, that's just a joke. New Zealand is the same. They're a little bit further down. Sleep between 11 and 4 now. Stupid Japanese. Yeah. Yes, clip please. You guys are gonna get me canceled. Although I think to get canceled, you have to be like accepted first, right? Like you have to be somebody. Which I'm not really. A good day for me on Twitch is 20 people, 20 viewers, average. That's like a 1 out of 7 day. I guess I'm done with coding. By the way, okay, cool. Okay, so when it's 8 o'clock my time, in Japan, it's still only 3. So they're not even done with work yet there. Right? And they don't even speak English, most of them. Stupid Japanese. Sorry, that's just a joke. New Zealand is the same. Stupid Japanese.
They're a little bit further down.
Sleep between 11 and 4 now. Stupid Japanese don't even speak English. No wonder RPG Breaker's so messed up. It's the Japanese fault. Blowing it. By the way, for the record, if anybody's watching this VOD, I love Japan. It's probably the #1 place I want to visit next. It's not well. They definitely do have different norms. Let's go ahead and raid. Actually, let's see what he's doing. Make sure he's not doing some baloney. I mean, on the RPG being weird comment. Yeah, no, it is weird for sure. Well, professional looking stream. Oh, it's an ad. Are you joking? You didn't know it was a Papa John's commercial? Okay, he's actually working on his game. Cool, that's what I wanted to see. We're going to go over there. Guys, his game is awesome, by the way. I played it. I played his demo. Very impressed. Is my raid working? Raid 1063. Oh, there we go. But yeah, his game looks great. Unmute. Dude, I said hi to him and he didn't respond.
Actually, what's up, Maui?
Oh, okay.
I'm actually gonna raid someone real quick. Gotta take a break.
Oh, he's gonna
I'm
stop.
gonna raid my buddy Vincent.
Cancel.
He's streaming first. What is he streaming?
Cancel my raid. Give it to somebody who deserves it. You can do high taxes. What is he? Is he playing somebody's game? Might do Goth. I was watching Goth. He's been playing Paper Mario. The frick is this crap? And Paper Mario's giving me good ideas for like action, input action
I think it's hard.
abilities.
Works on sorcerer, right?
This game looks pretty
Looks like
awesome
it
though, I
works.
gotta say. So I think high taxes is the one, guys.
What is this? Paralysis? Gross! This. Poison? Can I cure that? Art 2K3 poison is the worst. I gotta do.
Okay, we're going high
I
taxes.
don't see any poison. Oh, here it is. ID
All my viewers left. Next time I raid, I'm just gonna like not even say I'm leaving.
What's that? Ow, 100 damage?
Taxes is a great guy if you want somebody to play your game or you just want to see what other
Come on,
RPG makers are
4 against
doing.
1, you guys.
He posts
We're
it. He
gonna
plays
lose to this
pretty much
Joker.
exclusively RPG makers, from what I've seen. He will play a different game on occasion, but for the most part, he's an RPG maker streamer, which
Pee of my pee-pee? Keep
obviously I
your
like.
pee-pee to yourself.
Mature streams, so if you're a kid, you're not allowed to come into here because he uses adult jokes.
Oh no, Victor's almost dead. Gotta do something about that.
This game is interesting. You're a kid? Well, if you're too young, don't go in this channel.
Not the paralysis again.
That's where the other viewers went. They were
This guy's
children.
so beefy. Oh, Victor needs a heal again. Come on, Victor.
Okay, guys, I'll see you later. It's been a really fun stream. I like streaming early. I'll do this randomly here and there, but not too often because it gets in the way of
Victor
my
keeps getting the
productivity.
short end of the stick. He got it in vlogs. He gets in this game. Being Victor is suffering.
Laters.
This guy loves his little paralysis attack.